Here we go.
That's so true.
It's the future I can see.
That's so
It's so mysterious to me.
I like that. That's so true.
It's the future I can see.
That's so
It's so
true.
mysterious to me. Yeah. Yep, that's me.
Ooh, yeah.
Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. We are going to be playing Genshin Impact today. Lately, I've only had the strength to stream Genshin Impact. Last week I was very sick, but right now we've recovered. We're good. We are relaxed. We are well. And so we're gonna be streaming again. So we're back to regular programming. So hi Tirso, welcome to the stream. We are going to be streaming normal today. So today we're gonna do Genshin Impact. Tomorrow I've got a stream with my friends, my guy friends. Why did I air quote that? You're not using your mic tonight? Really? It's not my mic? Give me a second. It should be my mic that's being used. I don't know. Give me a second. Maybe the settings are wrong? Ah, yes. See, the settings are wrong. Alright.
There you go. Fixed it. Anyway, hi. Alright. Yeah, we are gonna be today I've got Genshin today I've got Genshin, and then tomorrow we've got I'll be streaming with some of my friends, my IRL friends. So they're not gonna stream, they're just gonna be with me while we play Lethal Company. Now, Lethal Company is this game that I've been seeing on TikTok, and I have been obsessed. It's funny. You just go around collecting stuff, selling them, and then occasionally there would be monsters. So it gets a little bit scary from time to time. Also, my dogs, they're barking. But yeah, that's what's going to happen tomorrow. We're gonna be playing that. And I'm trying to get the Pixies to play with us, to play with me, to get the game and then play with me, because I want to try the game with them. It's gonna be so fun. Anyway, let's just open Genshin. You know what? I'm ready. I'm ready for Genshin.
Yeah. Oh.
All right. Oh, and then Thursday, of course, we're gonna be doing Resident Evil 8. I have been itching to play that game. I want to continue playing that game. I want to see what happens to the story. I mean, I already know what happens in the story, but like, I want to experience it for myself. Do you know what I'm saying? And then on Saturday, I'm gonna see if Remy is free, because we might play Apex. But otherwise, I'll ask some other friends if they're down for Apex. I want to play Apex. Lately, I have been off stream. I have been playing this game. Oh, I picked wrong by choosing this as my outfit for today, because it is very hot and I am very sweaty. I am very sweaty now, but oh, please. Anyway, yeah, I've been playing Hades off stream lately, and it's been so much fun. I'm having so much fun. I am actually still discovering, like, I've finished majority of the Elsie Felix, thank you. Oh my god. I need this. I need all of these. Thank you. Feelings. Oh my god. You go change? I don't want to change. Tirsa, have you done all of these? Are you done with these? Oh my god! Oh my god! I can. Oh my god! Ah! Okay, I'm almost done. I'm almost done with the event. Oh my god! I have one reward left to claim. Oh. Do you have extras of Do you have extras of the blue ones? Wait. No? I need the blue and the brown. That's what I need. I need the blue and the brown. You also don't have the blue. I have a bunch of the purples. Let's gift you one. Let's gift one to a bestie who deserves it. Felix. Felix, are you done with this? Cause I'll give this to you. I'll just give it. Just in case. I'll give it to you just in case.
A word of advice: don't break the law.
I am confusion what the colors mean.
Anything else? Yeah, seriously.
I don't know.
Don't break the law.
I don't know how to get the different stuff. All I know is that I just take a bunch of pictures and then I get a bunch of stuff. All right. I was like, what were we doing? So we've got this, right? We currently have 5 wishes. I will pull after the story, after the quest. I keep pressing the wrong button. All right. Yeah, I've been playing back to the topic before I was sidetracked. I've been playing a lot of Hades, and I'm still discovering a lot more stuff in Hades. And it's been so much fun. I'm currently trying to unlock every fish. So apparently there's a trick to fishing in Hades, and you have to quickly press. The quicker you press, the higher chance you get of getting a legendary fish. Which is bonkers. I thought you just kept fishing. And then apparently there was some story stuff that I haven't unlocked yet, like unlocking the thing with Sisyphus, and also I'm also in the midst of
Have you ever seen any stickers on my back?
I'm also in the midst of like trying to get all of the prophecies to come true. So I am currently trying to work my way through the different prophecies. I forgot which one I'm working on towards right now, but there's one that I'm working towards on right now.
We're gonna take them off.
I forgot there was fishing in
Malizians like to
Hades.
play pranks
Well, there's
sometimes.
fishing in Hades.
You're here! Finally!
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Durvalette and Lady Furina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute.
Oh, wait,
Please
what?
go see for yourself.
Wait, they're fighting? Oh no, what's gonna happen? I'm actually intrigued with this. I wanna find out
I've already explained
happens.
everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Damn. The stakes are high. The stakes are serious. Because
You
people
mean
are dead.
they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again.
You know, I actually got spoiled on the story.
You must tell me
and I feel
everything you know.
knowing all of this,
Yesterday,
what's
I
happening,
found 3
like I
stone
could just
slates in
imagine
some
the pressure
ancient
that
ruins
she's
near
going through.
Poisson.
But
Do
we're not
you
gonna
know anything
we're
about
not
those?
gonna speak any of the spoilers right now. I want to experience the story.
Seriously? You're
You got
questioning
spoiled?
me like this
Yeah,
is a
I got
court case
spoiled.
now. I don't know anything
I actively
about
look
that.
for spoilers. It's
But
fine. It's not
you
it's not
found
the
them
it's
in
not the
some ancient
Genshin.
ruins,
It's
you
not
say?
it's not the it's not the
That's
destination.
correct,
It's the journey.
Which is why I came
I'm
to
actually
ask
really
you some
excited to
questions.
find out how we
There
get
should
there.
have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My
Damn.
deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be
Damn
you.
it, babe. What?
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know
Can you
nothing?
hear me?
I understand your concerns, but
What's
I'm
wrong?
sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for
Okay,
saying
you
this
can't
now,
just
Lady
say
Furina,
you can't just
but
say
I've long
you
known
can't just
your
go
various secret
you
investigations
can't just
into
say
certain
babe
matters.
and I'll be like, wait, is there something that's wrong with the stream?
There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
Oh my god. Not the psychoanalysis.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, you're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
Does she really believe that?
That's
Does
all
she?
I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Oh, slow motion?
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She seems deeply troubled. She seems to be deliberating hiding something.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Furina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm afraid asking questions alone might not suffice. Hello? My mouse just like did a thing. I was like, where did it go? We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is. I think she understands how dire the situation is.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
Oh no.
But Furina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
In that case, we will need help. But who
But
will lend us? Oh.
their aid to
Why
do
am I
such a
reading
thing?
his lines? Oh, I think I know who to call. Ghostbusters! Is it Navia? Not gonna lie, I like Risley's preparations.
Well,
Just build a boat.
That's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
I love how they look they look good together.
I don't think I can.
Like their outfits match.
How about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
Also,
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
I feel like Navia is being pressured to like take the lead or like lighten the things up, and I don't think she's in the I feel like she isn't supposed to be doing that right now, given her current state.
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Wow, this is so. Why is this so soap opera like?
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand.
Ah,
and used
the lesbians.
on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
They match.
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Wow,
In that case,
that ending was so perfect.
do any of you have experience hunting?
Oh, hunting what?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
Fremine's voice is so ASMR-like. I like it, but I also don't like it.
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters.
Oh, you mean like the set?
Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of
Fremine
King
ASMR
Remus.
stream. It's like Mika, but like the opposite of Mika.
Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society. taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger,
He is subdued
and
Mika.
a containment device.
Well, he's kind of like
Sometimes a lethal
Mika,
implement will
but
also be necessary to deal with the prey.
the voice, the raspiness of the voice is on the other side of the spectrum.
So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
Let me just adjust the cam. There you go.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach.
Wait, no. He actually sounds like
That's
Mika.
the kind of method I would count on.
He sounds like Mika, but if Mika just woke up. Hi, I'm Mika. And then you just add the rasp. Wait, I'm not doing it right. I don't know how to do it.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
I don't get what's happening in the meeting.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
I don't think it's the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
That's right.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Cloren's hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor. You will not call this a hunt because that is not what you should do at the present, nor has the relationship between you and Furina reached such a dire stage. Yes, I agree. What you need is simply the secrets she is keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you will need. Where are we going? Oh my god. Also, if you notice why there's a circle there, that's because I got the resonating stones, the hydroculus resonating stones, and there's one that's here, but I can't find it. I think I have to go underground, but the way is being blocked. So that's why it's like that.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Those meetings sure did make me hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Furina was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Do you feel more confident after the meetings, Paimon?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you?
Something's wrong?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
No, I didn't.
Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Wait.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now.
Is this Alice?
Just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Who are you and what do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby. Just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Friend's disciple. This is one of the friends of Mona's master? The enigmatic N of the Hexen Zirkel? Allow me to ask you, will Fontaine's prophecy come true?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Future!
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes.
All
Can
hail
everything
the
into
magic
so easily
cup.
be changed?
Can there really be no exceptions?
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
She's teeter-tottering between two accents, and it's weird.
Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
The tea in the teacup is just about gone as well.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
Yes.
All you need
Yes,
to
Tirso.
do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well,
My TikTok
that'll
of you
be all
reached
for today.
5,011. No, we do not discuss that here, please.
The voice. It's gone.
Mage N, is this the clue you're leaving for us? Wait, so we gotta go through with the prophecy. Unexpected news leads to complicated feelings. You wake up, someone seems to be outside.
What? I want to hear someone talking. Alright, coming!
You're getting more diligent, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy,
It's
okay?
the price you pay for being an alpha. Stop!
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Luna!
How have you been these past few days?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist.
That daredevil journalist. I love how Mona's just randomly in this story in this Archon quest. I love it. I love Mona.
I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Actually, someone already came over.
Huh?
You tell Mona about your mysterious guest.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still
The god's
alive,
gaze
she'd be...
have a blind spot, she
Well,
said.
Suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
True, her words were meant as a helpful hint, but when will we realize their value and meaning? What was the best answer to my question? What was that the best answer that my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Streusel!
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart.
How was Genshin's Nuzlocke stream the other day?
Playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Early Mondstadt Paimon was subdued. Yeah.
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that.
She was
The
talking
moment
like
I start
normally.
talking about work-related
I do
stuff.
remember the voice
Oh,
actress
I
for
need to get
Paimon
going.
did say that she should like up her voice, go higher. Oh, don't worry about it, Mona, and thank you.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. But also kind of sad, too. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Is this like a goodbye? What the fuck is happening? This is like our last walk through Fontaine. It feels very much like that.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
I see this thing, and I have to get it.
Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meropide, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
That sure seems to be the case.
Seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Okay, I like how she delivered that line. That was actually like really cool. That's so cute. Also, yoink. No, I don't want to talk to him. Alright, fine, I'll take a look. Oh, we got books. For our collection. Give me a sec.
Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Wait, we went for a walk just to go inside a restaurant and eat?
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
It hasn't already sold out for the day?
It was so delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. Paimon's sure it'll be great!
We can't let anyone get ahead of us.
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
I want cake. I want cake, I want fries, I want food. But I gotta stop. Maybe after the stream I'll cook something. I can't order again.
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
Why is Paimon... Why is Paimon, like, just dropping existential crisis bombs?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but... Maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
Aw, she's so nice.
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious.
You share a glance with Paimon and snarf down the cake.
It's more delicious than last time. And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Aw, leave the hotel to board. This is more of like the calm before the storm. We're just like experiencing the slowness of Genshin. I like that. But sometimes it can get...
We're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
And then like, I like that we get to like slow down a little bit.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Can we negotiate a profit split?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
Oh my god, stop with the lesbianism.
She said that you're a real daredevil
I love lesbians,
of a
by the way.
journalist.
I'm not homophobic. I have gay friends. I love gay people. Why did it sound like that? Oh my god.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
You seriously want to interview me?
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Yes, you guys literally saved like what? Three regions.
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Bye, Charlotte. I like Charlotte.
Paimon's still got a question for you.
She reminds me of me in college.
And what's that? If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy.
Charlotte has the same color palette as Yanfei. Oh.
Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible.
I think their reds are not the same. I feel like Charlotte's red has a little bit of violet, or yeah, a little bit of magenta. Wait, what's magenta? I don't even know. Like it's like purplish. It's purplish red, whereas Yanfei's is more like orangey red.
I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind.
I'm surprised Yanfei isn't here. I feel like Yanfei will make an appearance in the future. She's literally a lawyer, but apparently she's more of like a... I forgot the term, but she's not the type of lawyer that you would find in Fontaine.
But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
You should be surprised that Cookie isn't here too. She's also a lawyer in training. Well, technically she has to take the bar exam or whatever the equivalent is here in Genshin for her to become a lawyer, but I feel like they'll explore that in the future.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Why are they making us connect with the people in Fontaine? Jesus. They're doing this on purpose so that we'll be gutted.
Sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
Yes?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
Ito does something stupid to get himself arrested in Fontaine. And Cookie has to be his lawyer. Oh my god. That would be so fun. I feel like that would be like a one-time event. You know, like a fun... Not like a story event. Or maybe it could be a story quest. Or maybe... I don't know. If I could choose, huh? It's just like Charlotte said. Suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
Yes, and cherishing every single moment. That I have to look upon this world. Jesus! Why is this suddenly right in my feels?
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
The banter goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina de Rasula's safe house in the Fleuve Cendre. Navia, having finished her business in Poisson, even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well. Oh, time jump.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
Alright, we're gonna take a quick little break. I will be right back because I need to get a drink of water. And yeah, we'll be right back. Oh snap! Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more The Andrew Tops right here on Twitch. This month, find out what Andy's gonna stream. So come on down and have fun with The Andrew Tops right here on Twitch.
Are you feeling scared? Anxious? Or maybe even juicy?
How do you feel?
Juicy.
Juicy? What do you mean juicy?
Getting juicy.
In a spin-off of the podcast, the frightening, alarming, real-life tale show comes tales that will try to outscare each other.
Do you have what it takes to be scarier?
Abe and Andrew face off in a frighteningly alarming showdown, one coming from their own minds.
We want you to be our judge.
Are you sure this is scary?
Honey, come back to bed.
Come on now. Sleep now. Sleep now, honey.
The frightening, alarming real-life tale show presents Behind You. Premiering on November 3rd, 2023 at the Intertops YouTube channel.
Today we're gonna be trying out something that I've always wanted to do on the channel.
We're gonna be visiting some places in downtown Davao City.
This is a very, very old street here in Davao City. The Santa Ana Avenue Rotonda, which is now gone. Dili ko katuo na mao to ang itsura sa Davao tong una.
Sweet niblets! The Andrew Tops is live right now, here on Twitch.
Alright, so I just started an ad break. Oops. I forget that I should not just like start the ad break on the channel, but also actually start an ad break on Twitch. It's hard. Okay, so we'll wait for like 1 more minute. Alright, I'm just checking Twitter. Go. By the way, you guys, make sure you go check out Behind You. It's the show that I have with Ade, and there's an episode out every week until the end of the month. And episode 3 is out now. We're currently working on episode 4, and yeah, we need people to watch and vote. Go watch and vote. Go watch and vote. We would appreciate it if you went and watched and voted. Alright, we got 30 seconds left. We'll be coming back in 30 seconds. So hopefully you guys can support that series. It's a little passion project of mine, and we are going to be doing this more every year. We might do an episode. We might do the episodes a little earlier than November, so it might happen in October. Depends on what's going to happen. And everyone's back. Hello everybody, welcome back. Let's continue with the story.
But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Really? Salty?
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
So you're under the impression that we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Let's hear it. Did something happen?
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
A what?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Furina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in.
Oh no.
The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Furina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Furina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Furina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet.
Oh no, where did she
That
go?
said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
I understand the situation.
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Alright, we got smug looks on our
Sounds like
faces.
we should hurry over to Poisson then.
You sure caught on quickly. I noticed that your ads have higher volume than your stream volume. What do you mean? That's normal. The ads need to be loud so that people will wake up. I got jump scared a bit. I'll try to lower it down next time.
If we know Furina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool,
I see,
huh?
becoming a detective's done you some good. Looks like those detective novels have an effect on you.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson,
I love detective novels. I can't speak. I love detective novels, especially the novels that ask you to try and solve the puzzle with it. One of my favorite books was it was introduced to me by one of my really close friend teachers. Like, they were my friend, or well, they still are my friend, but like they introduced me to Encyclopedia Brown. And the point of those books is you read the story and then you try to solve the mystery behind the story as well. So it was really fun. It was really fun. And that's one of my favorite like memories ever of anything. Another favorite of mine is Nancy Drew. I'm obsessed with Nancy Drew. Do you think Ether and Lumine can be played by the Sprouse twins? What? Oh, like acting played. Okay, I was so confused. I'm like, why don't they just open Genshin?
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation.
I don't think so.
Could Furina
They have to
really
look
be
for it,
here?
but I don't think they
Well,
could
let's
do
try
it.
to find her as soon as possible. That's Furina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Shh, stay quiet for now.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Furina. There's no point in holding out.
Oh no.
I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Furina?
Who's that?
Don't worry, Furina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Furina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marsh Sauce Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Stop trying to act tough, Furina. You're actually beyond devastated right now, aren't you?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Furina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Furina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up with her!
Oh. You gotta chase the Archon? Oh, okay. There's so many footsteps. There's no dramatic music. This is so awkward.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Furina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
That was so awkward. I wish there was some intense music playing. It was just silent and then footsteps. You know those music videos where, like, if the music wasn't in the song?
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You might want to lower your voice to stay hidden.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster just struck, I suspect.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Has Furina finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff. You begin to talk amongst yourselves first. Furina slowly comes down.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat.
Hi, Thurindos. Welcome to the stream.
Feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea.
Hold on. That's so funny. Hold on.
Coastline from advancing.
That's so funny because there are people lurking, but like I'm just so used to like Tirso talking. I legit thought Thurindos was Tirso. So I was just like, I hope you're really feeling cute at least. I was like, who's he talking about? Me and Furina? Hi. Welcome to the stream. I didn't realize you were here. It's because in my chat, you both have the same color. You guys are both blue on my end. And then you both start with T, so that's usually what I look at. Like, just T, and then blue, and then, oh, that's Tirso. I don't look at the icons. I know, like, Tirso has an icon, but I don't look at it. T.
But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But that would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives.
I tried to search for gay stuff for fandoms I'm in on YouTube, but the search is very biased. I noticed that with Google and YouTube in general. Like, there used to be a time where I would just look for keywords, and then those keywords would appear first, like, on my YouTube search. And I like that. Now it's just things that they think I would like to look at. I don't want to look at these things. I want to look at the actual results. It's frustrating.
But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until
when you look for the
very
official
end.
channel and have to scroll pages. Oh my god, yeah.
Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
She could do an Ojo-sama laugh.
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
I think she is being honest. It's just that we're running out of time. We can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. Furina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you
I got walls
came
up
to
too,
Teyvat
Paimon.
from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
Paimon is the type to see 5 face-down cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! And still swing into Mirror Force Magic Cylinder. I hate that I understood that.
And if Teyvat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
There's no time left. Please, Furina, just spit it out. Wait.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
Oh my god. We were baited? Well, I didn't know any of this.
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
What the fuck is happening? I'm pretty sure the Traveler did not know that this was happening.
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina, what is the meaning of this?
Jesus Christ, what is happening?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Someone pointed out a Yu-Gi-Oh card is just a femme furry boy and there's no other cards that would elaborate. Droll and Lockbird. Okay, that I'm pretty sure Tirso would understand that more than me. I did that went over my head.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial.
I've got a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh in my brain right now. Wait, what? Why is Yu-Gi-Oh on your brain right now? Have you been like consuming a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh content? Have you been playing Yu-Gi-Oh?
You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I too am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine.
I've been watching Arc V anime, playing the Speedroid deck that a character in that uses, consuming YouTube stuff from LGBT-friendly creatives. Aww. How long has this been consuming your brain? How long have you been like in the hole of Yu-Gi-Oh?
Now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand
I joined a
trial
Discord
for her
called
crimes?
Yu-Gi-Oh, and they have been memes. Oh. Tirso, you should join Yu-Gi-Oh.
Also,
I feel like that's a Discord for you.
Dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor. Wait, we were in it this whole time?
Is
Oh.
that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Why? Why? The player didn't know any of this. Well, they talked about something like a trap or something, but like... Anyway. We're so close to getting it to tell us the truth, and it still turned out like this in the end. It's okay, though. As long as we can defeat Furina in court, we'll still have a chance to figure everything out. It's probably since just after I cleared this Fontaine patch. How'd you find this story of Fontaine? Don't give me spoilers.
Also,
I'm here for the
please allow
journey.
me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
I love the Archon quest throughout, but I haven't finished the story quest for Furina. I can't wait to experience that too.
They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
I like Sumeru's heist movie plot part. Oh, yeah, I like that too. I like how this... here... okay, in Mondstadt, the Genshin was still like trying to grasp at things, like trying to find their walk, their strut, and then things picked up in Liyue a little bit. Like there was a good story, and then when we got to Inazuma, like it turned into this super scary thing that just died out in the end, and people were very disappointed. And then Sumeru came out, and everybody loved that. Have you heard the theories about Mondstadt? Oh, what kind of theories? I have a thing about it being a prologue and that it might have another act left. No, I actually think that it will be, like, we will return to Mondstadt, because I remember there are things talking about how I know there's an expansion in Mondstadt that we're still waiting, and then something about Mondstadt being the doorway to Celestia or something.
So, you mean... the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
The expedition has come back and there's a port mentioned in lore. Yes, there's that.
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance
Barca's going to be a twink and I'll be so mad.
History.
I hope he's not. I hope he's a buff daddy. And I hope they can patch Ito as well to be super buff.
That's right. That house was a magic box rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary
Let me kiss
performance.
Platonic.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water.
I love this art.
It was a lot of work for all of us.
You can tell this was digitally, like, this is digital art and not like from the game.
So, So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that. We deceived you back there.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on
Is
the
that
stage,
an iron sting?
the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
In 8 patches or so, we might get a Fremine hangout.
Yes, that is
8
correct.
patches. How reliable is your vision?
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without
I just made it
flinching.
the fuck up. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's a prediction rather than a vision. If you get what I mean. I call it dreams.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Because Hoya fandom is so into yeah, it's annoying. I hate how there's some channels that I follow for, you know, the dreams, and they have been very, very dry lately, so I'm sad. The dreams that I get are all on Twitter. I also like to think that Hoyoverse actually lets some slide, especially when it comes to about the characters. But when it comes to the story, I think they're like really hard on it. But like with the characters, they're like, okay, we'll let this slip out a little bit so that we can get the initial reaction of the people, and then do we need to tweak anything before we go live? I feel like they do that on purpose.
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We hoped that you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived onto the stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
But I could do without everyone knowing who a character is in a cutscene on the live stream. Yeah, the only thing we can do now is judge the Hydro Archon. Still, I can't help but be a little bothered by the conversation earlier. What did Furina want to say to me right before we arrived on stage?
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte!
Why would... why? why would Paimon do that in the middle of a trial?
Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh?
There better be an Ace Attorney Danganronpa JF for this.
Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
It's a super practical GIF. I never would have thought of using it this way.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Nervillet had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Nervillet, both Child and that whale should have been in the Primordial Sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
Shiver me timbers.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Alright. I didn't read anything. I just allowed Charlotte to speak.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position.
Oh.
The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervillet. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
We're talking!
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud, who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Furina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted.
Wait!
Lady Furina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Furina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Furina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Furina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation.
She's bluffing.
We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
And the people only see you as their Archon because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
I've got to think carefully. What do we know to be special about Furina exactly? Oh shit. During the diplomatic meeting with the knave, she revealed that she had already probed Furina on her own and believes it's possible or not, but she actually afflicted with some sort of curse.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, There could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
It doesn't matter who gave us the information. What matters is the veracity of the claim. What is veracity? Okay, Google. My Google hasn't been working in a long time, and it's annoying me. Define veracity.
Here's the definition of visa. An
No.
endorsement on a passport.
Define veracity. No. Veracity. Damn it. Okay. Define veracity.
This is the definition of veracity, conformity to facts, accuracy.
Okay.
A curse. I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neverlet?
So Furina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Furina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Oh.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said,
For the first time on my dash, I saw It's Giving season memes by the gays. It's giving.
Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Furina actually has no control over the Oratrice at all. Yeah, it's the child's conviction.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when
I
the
wish
Oratrice
we
declared
would
Childhood
speak.
guilty without any proof?
Not Paimon.
Otherwise,
I
you
love
should have come
Paimon.
up with a good explanation for that by now.
I love Paimon that she gets to like be the voice of the player, but like I wish that the Traveler, like I wish we get more Lumine voice lines.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, we can put the Oratrice aside for now, but then Miss Furina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of human with a vision.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've
Holy crap.
converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Oh no, I feel so bad. Holy crap.
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar.
Who is that VA?
I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true,
Oh
she
no.
really has committed a grave offense.
Oh, Marco Meatball.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real
For the event
deal?
with Madame Ping too. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. So maybe in the future they're going to be voicing a main character?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
If we can't prove that she isn't the Archon, we can try to prove that she's just a human. If she's only human. What? Is it this one? If she's only human.
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think this clue can be used as
If she's human, then she should just yeah, something about being in the water, right? Let's try this one. I don't think it's that one too.
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives.
If she's only human, then you should ask if she poops. Do you poop?
Including those of some of my closest friends.
I like to think that even Archons poop.
So, Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse.
Fenty definitely throws up the alcohol.
Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Wait, is she actually gonna try? Furina?
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
What?
Hey!
She's actually... Holy fuck!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you are present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin?
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Oh no! They tricked her again! Oh my god, I actually hate Nervalette right now.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Furina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, On the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Everything will be explained in due time.
Yeah, so out of regard for Furina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness.
We didn't allow you to have a fatal dose in trial.
It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Furina could have...
I like to okay. Okay, Carl. Just letting everybody know, I know who Furina is. Like, I got spoiled in that part. I am enjoying the journey right now. I am enjoying what is happening. And I really feel really bad that they're doing this to her. Also, I'd like to think that Furina actually touched the water in hopes that she would get dissolved.
I can't believe you...
But what's really going on here? Furina can have known the consequences of touching that water as a human. It's too unlike how she usually acts, unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life. Oh. But hadn't she given up everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I
no,
dare
she's
to just
desperate.
put my hand in that kind of water?
Oh no, she's so dead. Oh no. This is actually...
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Oh no.
Anything she says at this point will sway anyone who's too stacked against her now.
I want him to tap his staff on me. What? Who said that? Oh no, what's happening?
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is... guilty.
Oh.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Furina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
Did the Oratrice just declare Furina to be innocent?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
The way they say the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale's name is such a jam.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Instead of Furina, the Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Jesus Christ. Wait, what the fuck?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine?
Fremine! Huh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
They call him Fremboy on some subreddits. I like to think he is a Mika variant. With some help from the other Fatui, Fremine brings stone slate to the stage.
That the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
It's still not too late for you to shine.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
Oh, brother.
Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like the previous Hydra Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings? I knew there was a way to reverse the freaking people turning into Oceanids thing.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
It's interesting that the turns have tabled since Act 1. Now we're the ones in the prosecution. Yes, that's true. An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Please tell me it's a cutscene. I hope it's a... I thought it was a cutscene. Select to check the descriptions on the stone slates to extract key information from them. You can find scenarios related to the stone slate's contents in the incidents recorded in the interview notebook. There you can verify said content. As the verification process continues, the fountain water level in the menu interface will rise. When you have finished verifying all of these stone slates, the truth behind the prophecy shall be revealed. Alright.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids.
Do you think they sell primordial bath salts? what happens if you dissolve, like, what happens if you evaporate the water from the primordial sea? Do you get like a concentrated, a powdered version of the primordial sea?
Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them.
Bath synth.
This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon seeking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Seems to show the former Hydro Archon using her divine power to discern verified truth. Can be dissolved water. Turns out that Fontanians can be dissolved by water from the primordial sea. Entrance primordial sea. Push back. Primordial sea water. She believes the prophecy concerning, but you need. What? Is it this one?
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Okay, a lot of this is the same as like Phoenix Wright, where all of this is just based off like guesses. Sort of like Sherlock Holmes. What was the? So it was worshiping it together, but the heavens still brought judgment down upon them.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the...
Ah, shoot! Sorry. Don't ask your lawyer if they got their certificate from Genshin. Thank you for the water. Sinking in the sea. This one?
That doesn't sound quite right.
Is it this one?
That doesn't sound...
Then it's this one. Why would it be this one?
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Oh, okay. Shows a scene that is basically identical that described the prophecy circulating throughout Fontaine. So this one is... This one?
That doesn't sound quite...
Is it this one?
That doesn't...
Oh my god!
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
What if you get dissolved and then they all roast you before you move on?
Primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
I still don't get it. I'll just let this happen.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now. So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
The first slate reveals that Fontainians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
The second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontainians from Oceanids.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin.
So all those times
creating
Aether
us?
had sex with
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
As for the third slate, I'm still convinced that it should come after the fourth slate.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it is already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode
Hi,
all the
Elsie. Welcome to the
information on the
stream.
slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was
Are you liking
unable
the
to
story
come
so
to a
far?
full
So many
conclusion.
twists and turns. I was actually gonna end stream earlier, but I decided to continue because like I wanna know what happens.
Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well,
How
we
are
should
you,
finally
Elsie?
be
How was your
informed of the
didn't you stream
unadulterated
earlier?
truth.
How was your stream? I went through a roller coaster. Yeah, I did Yakuza. How was it? It was fun.
Well, did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
Holy shit, what's gonna happen?
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both
Some alert
correct.
for a while. Enjoy the story. Alright, Elsie, thanks.
In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life.
Wait, so what happens? Oh my god! Oh my god, that scared me. Nobody has used that redeem in a while. Like, so what happens like when it's what happens when an Oceanid and a human? What happens to the child?
Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea.
Oh, crap.
That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontanian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
Oh, so they are in the right order? Oh, so it's supposed to be like the Fontanians will declare the Hydro Archon guilty.
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids.
Should we really be bringing up the heavenly principles in front of everyone? I know, right?
They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
It can't be.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy,
we fulfilled the freaking prophecy.
In truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
It feels like there's no way out of this.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meropide served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Wait, could it be? It's the whale, isn't it? It's the whale, isn't it? It's the whale. It's the frickin' whale.
This was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
It's the whale.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Come on. Give it to me. I want the truth. Holy crap. Holy hell. Oh. Oh. No. Did he just... Oh, I thought he ate Nervalette. No. Oh. Oh. This fucking whale, man. I guess Child's back. No. Well, he's gone. He's gone. Jesus Christ.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
I'd wager that is also the one that Child saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Teyvat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
Oh, that's the primordial seawater?
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
What the Oh my god, I'm hungry. I could go for some Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
I'd eat Lenny up too, I mean... the windows.
From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long
same,
time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Teyvat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
What's happening?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Future. After everything, it still turned out like this. We couldn't fight against fate. Wait, if this is all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
Oh, she's referring to us. I just realized what she said. Because we're outsiders, we're not accounted in the prophecy. So meaning, we could turn the tide.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Exactly. So it should only be a guide for us because we don't apply to the prophecy. There'll still be a way to save everyone. Did I miss something? Wait, I forgot about Furina. What was it that she wanted to say to me at that last moment in the giant magic, the magic box? Wait, what is her real secret? Blah blah blah. Holy shit, we're about to find out.
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
No, I still need answers.
Holy crap. Girl, we all forgot about Furina. I didn't. I was just like, she's sitting there. Whoa.
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous.
Is this still the same VA, or is this a different VA?
Everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Same VA? What the fuck? Whoa.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Oh.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in.
Wow, we are getting lore into the whole... We're getting, like, chunks of lore
I spent a terribly long time mulling it
Not just
over,
about Fontaine, but like about
alone
of
on the
Tevat
ocean
as a whole.
floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum.
I gotta sleep, it's 2 a.m. Alright, Thorindos, you go sleep, you go sleep.
I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
Whoa, she was an Oceanid familiar?
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity, and the human counterpart I left behind, I named
Holy
Furina.
shit.
She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
The scene turned Furina into one of the most beloved characters so far. Anyway, I cursed her.
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon, alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Oh, 500 years. I came into contact with Furina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contain a being's strongest emotions. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just like I did with the Oceanid at the Fountain of Lucine. Wait, could this be Furina's inner world? Furina, what is she doing on stage? Wait a moment. That probably isn't Furina. It's likely a reflection of her inner self.
Hi, how are you?
Hi. Hi, Cayenne. Welcome to the stream. If I can directly speak to her, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. Jesus, what? Oh my god. We just got dropped a shell, a bomb on us. Holy crap.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand
Oh, here we go.
your
Oh my god.
admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Come on, it's me. Furina?
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you.
Don't look at me, don't look at me.
There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
But I don't see an audience here.
Oh,
Just
do
let the
not jest.
stage light
Can
go
you
off,
not
please.
feel it?
If only for 1 second.
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless
That way I can
Fontanians
become
are
myself
upon me.
again.
I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. There's no getting through to her. Even in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have that even her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense? I have to find a way. I thought that was a bug in the beginning. I realized it was her inner thoughts.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Nice and spicy.
By ordinance divine.
Not bad.
Ah!
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Stop! I'm trying to practice my rotation. That's all the spotlights turned off. In Furina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? A ticket? When did that end up here? Oh. Hi Triss, welcome to the stream. Either way, it looks like the show's about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Furina. Scene 1. Before a mirror, Furina. Oh, I love this. Oh, I wish we were sitting in the seat. I wish they put that little detail in.
Furina. Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Her real voice is so adorable, not the bratty one.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think... I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon
You gotta
will
invest.
remain,
How long will this be?
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine.
Roughly an hour.
sooner
I
or
couldn't gauge it
later.
properly when I did it.
Things will develop just
I was slightly
as the
maybe
prophecy
crying.
declared.
How long will this be? Yes.
There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
Oh no. And it happened.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Oh, so that's why she likes she likes watching all the trials. Oh my god, it makes sense now. Ascension speech, Furina.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Furina de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Appear earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Close politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here,
They wanted a
there'll
god
be no
that would
saving the
stomp on
people
them.
from the
Damn.
prophecy. Right. Myrmie said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
She's like an introvert. She's like an introvert forced to become an extrovert.
Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering, if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
A personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I
suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine! There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Wow. Damn. Damn, that was so good. Opera House, Furina. How many scenes are there? Are there 4 scenes? I would think there's 3.
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Oh, this whole time she thought she was the one witnessing it. She didn't realize that she was going to be a part of it.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deuteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
How many scenes? Yes.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise God. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports.
As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Okay. So she's just playing the role of an Archon, and then when she gets to bed...
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Furina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Scene 4, Opera House, Furina.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Furina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
So she's going...
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
It's the circle.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end.
She had to do this every day for 500 years.
I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
She's been waiting for the trial to set her free. And also, could you imagine that night when I forgot her name, the knave, like tried to kill her? She must have been so scared for her, like she just wanted a moment to breathe and be like with a cat. Scene 182375.
Lady Furina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this.
She almost got assassinated, yeah.
I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations ago.
Jesus, 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer. A descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Furina.
She's crying, isn't she?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far?
That's why she was like, she was so close to sharing it with us.
I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Damn. Furina and who?
Furina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
Oh, this is our scene.
Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Is that my voice? Is this scene from when we were within that giant magic box? This is great. I didn't think that this scene would replay in her inner world. Surely I'll find out what she wanted to tell me this time.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
So that's why she felt it was safe for her to, like, be told. Like she could confide in her because she didn't fit the prophecy.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Furina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Furina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Furina, the Archon of Fontaine. everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
That's what she wanted to say. Or that's what she was gonna say.
Fine.
So even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority has been, had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
What is happening?
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Oh. So he becomes the other, the power.
In other words,
or something like that.
This was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
Damn it, stop crying. God damn it.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontanians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
fuck, I think there's rain, like, in my eyes.
I, Iudex Nuvelet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
A word of advice.
Did Risley just try to speak? Fuck.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You just now?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
You mean me?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Damn. No. No. I don't want to fight fish. I was like, okay, we can end stream here. Wait.
But how are we going to do
I'm not ready.
It's huge.
This team isn't ready.
I've already done my best to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from the whale.
This team isn't ready.
Find the beast, I cannot reach the power source.
Oh my god.
We can find a way to attack it from within. I shall
Nobody
share
told me I would have to
the
fight a fish. I didn't change my team.
for an opening together.
Fuck. Oh my god. Why?
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Get them.
Unleash!
I have to punch the fish.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Oh. Ah! Ah! Oh my god. The fucking music! Fuck.
Stay cool. Face your guilt.
Take your truth. Let's light.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize
Oh!
the moment.
Wait!
Use my power to suppress its root
Wait!
from within.
I don't have the. Oh, I don't have the power. I don't have the power yet. I don't have the power. I don't.
By ordinance
I-
divine.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Everybody stand.
Manifest the authority of the ancient dragons. Witness the might of the primordial sea.
My will and
Get a little chilly.
You can lower the difficulty when pausing the game. It's fine. It's fine. Oh. This is very Honkai Star Rail. Did she just yeet?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well.
Did she just did she Oh, okay. There goes child again, I guess.
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Oh, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Wait, she's Child's disciple?
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
What sort of person would take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Sertologi, what?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name the Fowl?
What?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhine-Daughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-Daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a
Oh my
similar
god,
sort to
she's got
Rhine-Daughter.
butt cleavage.
They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
No, there's little to be surprised about that, Paimon. This is natural after all. The prophecy will surely come. We knew this and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
We transitioned to Honkai Star Rail. The end game was Honkai Star Rail this whole time.
People will all
Okay,
be
I'll shut up.
dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Holy fuck!
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Wait, so what does that mean for the regions outside of Fontaine? Like, how does this look like for those people in Fontaine? Only Fontaine was flooded. Yeah, and Fontaine's like higher. And Fontaine is higher. A huge box of water in the sky. The people at Sumeru must be like panicking. And isn't the desert like the edge of like going to Fontaine? So that's where all the water's going. There's no wow. Literally Fontaine is hogging all the water that could be essential to us.
All hands initiate emergency rescue.
Like that water could turn our land into lush forests, but instead it's being used as flood? Oh, his ship is an airship. Whoa. They just made airships. Could you imagine being a Fontainian and then like you can't swim? Wait, if it's receding, where's all the water going? Don't tell me it's still being hogged by Fontaine.
Water's receding. We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong.
It doesn't matter. Wow, literally the Hydro Archon just washed the whole place. Gave it a power wash. Wait, does that make it that Nervalet becomes the authority of Fontaine? So I was right by pulling for Nervalet? Wait, also how does Furina get her powers? Or has she always had those powers?
The soul renewed. The Sweet Divasula tax post.
Oh, the story quest will answer that. Alright. No one answer. Alright. Don't answer me.
Spokesperson of the Spina Divasula. And we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss
I get it. I get it. Nobody answer me. Shut up. You don't have to repeat it thrice.
A little of it. Skyship Winglet, Lunar Brain of the Fontaine Research Institute.
Wow, even I joined in. What the fuck?
The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
They might have they might have been real big shots from the start. We just didn't meet them in that capacity.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
These articles do make me curious about how things will play out.
Hyman's curious too! Wait a minute.
Wait, so what's gonna happen after this quest?
From start to finish, what's there to be curious about?
We still got... Is this the end of the Archon quest for Fontaine? Surely, no. We still have the issue with the Gnosis, right?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed.
That's what me and Tirsa asked too. They ended it, but there should be one or two more patches. Yeah, so we still have answers. We still have questions left unanswered. Like, where is the Gnosis? Like, obviously it's with Fossalor or something, right? And then how is it going to be? And how is it going to play in the part of the plan with Saritsa?
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on! Let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
You'll know soon. Oops. Wait, what's that? Are we done? Will this start a new quest? Can we like... Technically, yeah, you're done. Wait, so what? Talking with them is just the epilogue? This is the last part. Okay. Because last time I ended stream, when all I had left was to speak to people. And then that was it.
Navia!
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
It's so weird, like, in Sumeru, these guys, I forgot their names. Somebody jog my memory. The bad guys. The Fatui, there you go. The Fatui were like our main enemy in Sumeru. And then now they're like our friend.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too!
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article
I
you
can
wrote
see why
last year
people
about Fontaine's stray cats.
are liking this character. His voice.
But if you don't mind,
For
could
some
you not
reason,
emphasize
Andy,
our role
this
too much in
Fatui
your
has a large
report?
fan base on Twitter.
It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
Oh my god. Lesbians.
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clarion?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Furina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
I noticed that I'm slowly like hunching my back. We are entering the the territory of a gremlin.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand, at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And
Oh, sorry.
How did it go? Was it a good
I love
shot?
how
Did
it was a
anyone
picture and then the
get
background was still moving. Did you guys see that?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
It was like Harry Potter. It was like the photos from Harry Potter.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key.
Yeah, that's actually really true. I learned this in school. For it to be news, it has to be relevant and stuff. There's like certain characteristics for it to be news. And one of them is timeliness, yes.
Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty
Have
good
you done
at
any of the
building
world
connections.
quests?
Who knows?
I have.
might eventually
I have
get
done a
that
few.
interview with you after all, Miss Clorand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit.
I always
I'm
do the
impressed.
world quests off stream because I use that as my time to like relax and just experience Genshin.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
The 6-hour new one is which one is that? I don't remember that. I don't remember which quest we're talking about. But where does the trigger where is the trigger for that quest?
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too.
I probably have
asked Sijuin,
already.
who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
It's with the Seymour Caterpillar. I can't remember if I did that yet.
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the
If
media?
you have the new sword, then you've done it. Is it a free sword? I don't think I
told
have.
him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridsley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Nope, I haven't done this yet. But I already triggered the start for this quest.
Stay safe now. And
Yeah.
Tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Go to the Fortress of Meripede? So many people to talk to. Is this the right one? Or is this the right one? Oh my god. I went the wrong way, didn't I? Wait, give me a second. No, I went the right way. Am I gonna talk to myself?
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Could you remember the time when the quest was still like such a small scale?
Looks like you've been missing us.
I have.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
I love how Charlotte is getting everything that she wanted from the start. A juicy story, going to the Fortress of Meripede, being the first journalist there, getting in on the scoop.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
Wait, I gotta switch earpieces.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier, hmm?
Sir, please don't say things like that.
I'll just make out already.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier
I swear to God, these two
denies
are
it.
a couple. I refuse
Might
to think
this
otherwise.
interview
Same.
Be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
I love Charlotte. I think she's becoming one of my favorite characters in Genshin. She really does know how to squeeze in opportunities for all they're worth.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Oh, this researcher couple.
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile?
She's so cute. I love her.
So,
I can't wait to have her in my roster.
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lorvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight.
I'm so
to you
sweaty,
two.
like underneath this polo shirt. Like it's, I am just tempted to like unbutton everything, but I can't do that on stream. Cause it's like literally water. It's like make me sweat, make me hotter.
Lots of things happened that day,
make me
huh?
lose my breath,
Anyway,
make me
regarding
water.
that Harbinger, I'm not sure
Make
you
me
remember, but his
sweat,
3 young followers
make
are still
me
waiting for his return.
Make me lose my breath and make me water. Shirtless stream, let's go. No.
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and
That
so
just
will
says
my duties.
Saging. I want to get a tattoo that just says saging. I know it means sagging, but like saging. You gotta say it. You gotta say it as saging. You know, it's like managing, but it's really just managing.
As to what Miss Furina's
Please, I
departure
don't
will
wanna do
mean
it.
for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then.
Wow, she is
Alright,
she is
last stop, the
so
docks.
busy. Oh my god, there's one more. I still keep thinking about how it looks for people outside of Fontaine during the flood. Like, what does it look like for the people who are over there? What does it look like for the people over there? Wait. Like, what does it look like for the people over here? That's so funny.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
Sumerians in the hot-ass desert watching the flood happen.
You could
Oh
just
great,
make a friend like
they get
Furina
even
here.
more water.
Isn't that
That's what
right,
I was
Furina?
saying earlier. Like, people from Sumeru must be so frustrated looking at what's happening in Fontaine. Like, is that where all the water in Teyvat is going? Like, is that why we're in the desert?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please.
Also,
write
is that
down my
why
address.
the seas in Fontaine are like so vast? It's because like Fontaine is like elevated so high up.
You sure are working hard to help Furina socialize.
Sent it meme on Discord. Let me check. When Fontaine was flooded, Sumerians. It's Patrick
He
going.
was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Sounds like that would suit him.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
I love how the epilogue is literally like us being with Charlotte accompanying her to the other places.
That Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler?
I'm doing alright.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events.
It was like
She's
the ending of
very
Sumeru
grateful
walking
for your
around saying bye-bye
contributions
to everyone.
Fontaine.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess
I wonder
you
how
haven't
they're
heard.
going to fit in all of
Well.
like the festivals and all that stuff in like the coming updates, because like you can only have so much events in like one patch.
After Lady Furina left, Father and Monsieur Nervillet opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Is that how we...
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Well, that's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
So Nervalet just gained the power and then lost it in like one night.
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Nervalet has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Nervalet knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that.
Really?
But back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Well, I guess I can now call him one of my war buddies.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allies.
One last long dialogue.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
What's so? It's so weird. It feels so weird how some of the people from Fatui are our friends, and then some people are our enemies, like the doctor. Like, some people can just be so evil.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world.
She just answered my question.
With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Will you keep to your position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Actually, I just remembered something. Please help us deliver this.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me.
Oh.
Huh?
Charlotte.
You're...
Go, Charlotte. Get that coin.
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell,
Bye.
Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
How long are her articles? When you write an article for a newspaper, it doesn't need to be that long. Unless she's writing multiple articles, then that's when you need, like, different interviews.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets.
One of my regrets is not getting Linny.
I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends.
But I was still very, I was still feeling it from, not getting Yoimiya, because I really wanted Yoimiya, but then I got Dignity, and it was so annoying.
Alright then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Neverlette's doing?
Oh my god. Are we done? Can we be finished? Oh my god, just a boyfriend going to see his boyfriend. Love it. Okay. Don't have enough. Don't you just hate it when you run out of stamina?
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there! So, you really are here, Neverlette! Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Neverlet sighs softly before telling you the truth concerning what he saw that day. Focalor deceived the heavenly principles and used Furina's endless performance to save Fontaine.
Whoa. So that's what happened?
I only saw Furina's part myself.
Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign!
But then he just gave it up, right?
But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans.
So they became real
and thus
humans.
would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
You could say that that was the very moment that the Fontanians were truly, finally, born.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
But at the cost of her life. Which is what the first Hydro Archon did as well.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally
Gonna head out
became
in a
real
bit,
humans.
Andy. Work came in. If I don't make it, good job on stream, and thank you for the stream. Thank you for dropping by, Elsie. I'm going to be rolling for Furina after this.
Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed?
You have enough? No. We have 5 though. We can pull for 5. We can pull for
Life has
5. So
always
hopefully we'll
flowed
try to
like
get her.
water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for
What's the
children?
pity? I'll have to check. I think it's around 60 something. 63 or 64?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Ooh, if you get 100% in the region and do the blue quest, I got like a total of 2 to 3k primos. Ooh!
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, it seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About Fontaine's future.
Yeah, about that. Ryza said Furina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Furina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
Yeah, where is she going?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
Also, she has to face the consequences of doing what she did, right?
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I
I'll be back
attend
when
to
you
my
pull.
other
All right.
responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command of the new Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About the Fontaine's Gnosis.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power.
Oh, so in Sumeru, we get the story of how the Dendro Archon assumes her power, and then in Fontaine we get the story of how the Hydro Archon dethrones herself.
As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated complicated considerations. Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About the next stop on my journey.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the knave that I believe may be useful to you. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
I have no more questions.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Wait. Please tell me it's a cutscene that I don't have to click, 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 click. Just let it be a cutscene. I just want to experience.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Wait, right now it's not clicking for me, but in the future I will understand what this means.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Remains of the third descendant?
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
Wait, so does that mean Furina is also a curse?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Ooh.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the no-sees actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui!
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
A descender. She mentioned one of them. I am the fourth descender. For me, this information means two things. One, that the no-sees are related to descenders, and two, the one who came before me has already died.
I guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the no-sees...
Did we learn about the descenders during the chasm quests?
And can even enhance elemental abilities.
Yes, we did.
Do indeed
but I need
come
to
from the
refresh
third
my
descender.
information. That means that the no-sees, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender.
I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Technically, we can like adapt to any element, right?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Don't worry, I won't die so easily.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that
I keep falling asleep when waking up. Well, we're almost done, promise.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Can you understand the will of the gods?
I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Okay, we finally did it. We finished the quest. After 4 hours. God, Jesus. And that gave us some more info. Yes, more info. And also, it gave us the final constellation. Final constellation. And also, that gave us what? Yes. I got a wish. Alright. Could this be... Oh my god, we are... Really? Really? We could have 7. Please. 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 Find a chest. I need a chest. Oh my god. This is all I need. A chest. Where does one find a chest? Did I miss it? No. We need one chest, Elsie. Just one Oh. I found a chest. I found a chest. Elsie, look at how many... Oh! We don't need a chest. Okay, we don't need a chest. Let's go to the Upper Epicles where she apparently lives, right? This is where she lives. This is where Furina lives. Okay. We have 7 wishes. And a dream. Will we oh my god. Oh shit. I should... Okay. Let's add +1 to whatever we get. Okay, +1. I need to check. I need to confirm how many wishes... How much pity we are. Yeah. Okay. 60... 60, 61, 62. So that was 63. Okay, 64. Okay, nothing. 65. 66. 67. 68. 69. I thought I was gonna get it. It's Beto. Alright. Sure. Why not? $70. Nah, alright. Okay, we just need one more 10 pull. Just one more 10 pull. That's all we need. Just one more 10 pull. Unless... No. No. Oh, wait, stop. Unless... Nah. Alright. We still got time. I mean, we have what? We have we've got a blessing of the Welkin Moon. So technically we're getting there. We also have the we also have the battle pass that we're working towards. So you know what? I'm confident that we're gonna get Furina. Anyway, let's end today's stream. You guys. Oh my god. I swear, if Furina doesn't come home, I'm a roar. Since she didn't come home today, I'm gonna roar. Roar. You can see how sweaty I am. Like, it's glistening. It's make me sweat, make me water. Make me hotter. Make me lose my breath, make me water. Okay. Alright, tomorrow I'm gonna be playing Lethal Company with a few of my IRL friends. They gifted me the game, and so we're gonna be trying that out tomorrow. There's gonna be new people on my stream tomorrow, so that's kind of weird. And also on Thursday we'll be continuing our what do you call it? Our playthrough of Resident Evil 8. So I'm very excited for that as well. And then on Saturday, if Elsie is free, we can play Apex. But otherwise, I'll probably just play Genshin. And on Sunday we have the Stardew Valley session with Elsie and Quinn. All right, it's time to end this. It's time to end the stream. Oh, by the way, you guys, I am working towards the Shan Hall date thing. So most likely that will happen next week. Probably either next week Saturday or next week Wednesday, depending on whether or not I finish preparing for everything on time. So watch out for that. I'm gonna release an announcement very, very soon. All right, time to end stream. You guys, thank you so much for coming to the stream. I did not expect that we would extend today's stream to 4 hours. Jesus, wow. But I'm really glad that we were able to finish today's the Archon quest. It almost made me cry. Well, it actually made me cry. Tears almost fell down from my face. If you would like to follow me on my socials, you can keep up with me on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. We do have a series ongoing right now. It's called Behind You. It's a series that I'm very, very proud of. We've been working towards it for years, 2 years actually. So hopefully you go support that. Thank you to everybody who was here on stream today and who was here. Thank you so much for dropping by. Tirso, thank you so much for modding as always. And yeah, I also have a podcast. It's called The Frightening Alarming Real Life Tales Show. It's a horror comedy podcast available wherever you can get your podcasts. We are currently on our hiatus, but we will release episodes very, very soon. And finally, I have a Discord server, so if you would like to say hi to me on Discord, you can do so there. Anyway, you guys, oh, thank you for giving Cayenne a shout out. And Elsie, go watch Elsie's streams. He streams on YouTube, at Elsie Quid. There you go. You guys, thank you so much for coming to the stream. I will see everybody tomorrow. Yeah, for some Lethal Company. Bye, everybody. Damn it, my music. I finished streaming. I finished my spiel just before the music could end, and so I'm like